Hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. Welcome to another day in Azeroth. Thank you guys very much for joining me. What is new? What is good, everybody? Eags, Indy, Wayne, Cat Lady Jude, Dreamit, Mr. Blaster. Welcome everyone. Let's mail this bag off to my bank alt. Let's mail some linen off to the bank alt. Ooh, Firefin Snappers. What do I need? I do need fire oil. Okay. So I will grab those. I don't think I need the oily blackmouth anymore. I think we're basically done with that. Alright. So... should I just make all these? I should make some of these. Clean up the inventory, then we can vendor them. And I think we must be ready for silk. Although I can't remember if silk is a book we need, or if silk is something we get from the trainer. I know we need a book to get to 225. David, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Talon, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. The next rank is heavy wool. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. I just haven't had enough coffee yet. It would obviously be heavy wool. It's okay. I know that. I've played the game for 22 years. I just slept in late and I have not had enough coffee yet. I'm on summer break, so... I am becoming very prone to oversleeping, and I have stopped feeling guilty about it. I should save some of this. Let's save some of the wool. I could even just, like, really quickly, maybe we can just fly to Ironforge. And we can get that sorted out. And I can pick up the next book to get us to 225, so we have that for later.
Hello.
We'll just buy that on the auction house.
Farewell.
So, what are we going to do today? Today, we are going to do some stuff in the wetlands. Just the beginning stuff. See how we have a couple of green quests? I just want to get the green quest done. Because we also have a bunch of green quests to do in Duskwood. So we're going to start our day kind of catching ourselves up, both in the wetlands and getting started over in Duskwood, so that we don't lose anything. I'd also like to do at least one Stockades run. We got everything we need out of Shadowfang Keep, which was pretty awesome. And we got to get all the quests for Stockades, and I want to do at least one, but sometimes it's worth it just to do two. I mean, if you're already there running it once, and sometimes you have to do it twice to get that one kill quest done. There's that one quest that you either have to wait for respawns or you have to run it again. Because they short you like 2 of the guys. Unfortunately, no gear in Stockades. So really nothing to look forward to on that front. Shane, good morning, man. Welcome to the stream. PC Boomer, thanks for joining us today. Shane, what level have you gotten to, man? I know you probably played yesterday. I took yesterday off. I played some retail yesterday in private. Had a pretty good time. Let's see. First aid. And then what about warrior skills? Level 26. Right on, man. Oh, I figured you'd out-level me. That's not a problem. Level 34 is awesome. I'll probably catch you up at some point in Scarlet Monastery. I may catch up to you. I don't know. Depends on how much you play. Alright, there's Heavy Wool. So I keep hearing more and more about this season of Discovery thing. Do you guys think more and more people are playing this? Or do you think it'll just disappear in a couple days? Because now there's talk of a secret SOD update. Some data miners found a little bit of info. And it's probably just a bug fix, right? Because they have to push out bug fixes every once in a while. Even for like stagnant versions of the game. So it's probably just a bug fix, but now there's all this speculation that maybe it's like surprise new content for Season of Discovery.
Great to meet you.
And I'm just like, oh boy.
Watch your back.
Is this really gonna happen? Let's go to the auction house. Let's get that first aid book. We'll go check it out sometime. We'll take one day this week. Maybe tomorrow. And we'll go check it out. Everyone's playing Horde side, right? Is that what everybody did? I think that's what I read. All those guilds that started this whole thing, I think they all went Horde side, so I'm sure the predominant population is Horde side. I'm gonna do a tanking shaman. Orc tanking shaman. Alright, we need first aid. Yes, here we go. Alright, so what about Alchemy? I need some regular old empty vials. We gotta run all the way over to the Tinkertown area to get this. Yeah, Season of Discovery was really cool for offering up specs. Like some specs that nobody ever thought they would see and never asked for, like a mage healer, and other specs that people had asked for and wanted, like tank shamans. Rogues also got the ability to tank. Demon hunter, not demon hunters. Warlocks got the ability to tank in demon form, so they shapeshift into their like purpley guy and they tank like that. So yeah, it was really cool. That amount of tanks, like they did it right. They knew what they were doing when they added all those tanks in Season of Discovery. Because they knew, like, look, nobody wants to tank. How do we incentivize people to tank? Well, we come up with really interesting, really unique new tank specs. Like tanking Warlock or tanking Rogue. And then that's how we get people to tank. Because they get excited to try out this cool new thing. Hopefully we'll see a lot of that in Classic Plus.
Hi, how are ya?
So let's go ahead and we'll just make all of these.
Very well then.
Tyler, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us. If I play Season of Discovery again, though, I'm not turning off the XP buff. I know there was a little bit of discussion as to whether or not, like, people were being asked or required or whatever if they were doing this thing where they were turning off their XP buff, but that's not how you play Season of Discovery. Alright, yeah, let's make all these. We also have guaranteed skill ups down here. Is there any overlap? Ooh, there is overlap. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, see, I'd love to make these. It's gonna use all my King's Blood on something that's not a guaranteed skill up. I have to take the guaranteed skill ups. As much as I would love to be able to actually use the fire oil, I can't do it. I'm gonna go here because I might actually need these with all the trouble I get into. Maybe I can just make 2 more of these and complete the stack. Maybe I'll get lucky on the points. Okay, good. Perfect. Lisa, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. $182. Alright, what do we get at 182?
Greetings.
Elixir of Fortitude. So she can teach us Artisan once we hit 225. That's good to know. Fortitude is Goldthorn. We have not come across any Goldthorn yet. Okay, so I think we're pretty good for now. Alchemy is at 182 and Herbalism is at 186. For those two to be so close, that just feels right. So we must be doing something pretty good. And we're level 25, so having these at 182 at level 25 is pretty awesome. I guess typically we would probably be aiming for 150 at level 25. Cooking is okay, 170. First aid, you know, like first aid is catching up. If I stop doing silly things and wasting cloth, then we'll be better off. Fishing is in really good shape, and we gotta do some more fishing out in Menethil. I think we're doing good. Like, I feel really good about our professions on this character. Everything is keeping up. Anything else I want to do here before I fly back to Menethil? We did first aid. We don't have warrior skills to learn. We got the first aid book off the auction house. Let's go ahead and click that now.
What's on your mind? See you soon.
We've got like 6 more days of the Fire Festival. I'm pretty sure the Fire Festival stuff concludes on July 5. We streamed some retail on Saturday and it was a rough start. Eventually I realized that focusing on the stuff I like is the best thing. So like we tried the new planet zones, the new little weekly zones or whatever you want to call them. And like aesthetically they were okay. Like gameplay wise I didn't really dig it. And so like after that though, we did a delve. Delves are still really fun. I did my first mythic. That was awesome. And then yesterday I just played some retail by myself. I didn't stream yesterday. The timing didn't work out. I almost streamed some retail in the late afternoon, but like the timing on stuff just didn't work out. We had family coming to town. And so I just played some by myself. I did some delves. I did some open world stuff. And I had a really good time. So yeah. I'm gonna play more retail on the stream, but I think I want to try to do like evening streams for retail. So it doesn't necessarily like take away from us playing classic. I just gotta figure out like when that fits in and what that looks like. I'm gonna do like 6 to 9 my time or something like that for retail streams. Were there new delves in the update? I don't think so, but I really wouldn't know. We did the first round of delves like a handful of times. If they added new stuff, I don't think they did. I think the new delves we're getting that's going to be in the 0.1 patch. There are some new delves in 0.1. You know what we haven't seen yet, and they kind of stopped talking about, are labyrinths. Right before, like, when Midnight was coming out, one of the big solo features was supposed to be labyrinths, which were supposed to be like raid-sized delves, and I was really excited for that. And with how good the delves have been and how much I've actually enjoyed the delves, I hope we still get labyrinths. Blizzard, you haven't forgotten about labyrinths, right? Because there's the 0.1 patch does not have labyrinths coming in it. So maybe we have to wait for like the 0.2 patch or something. I was kind of hoping they'd get the feature into the game a little earlier in the expansion. But that's okay. Delves are really fun. And I did some ritual sites. Like anything like that is cool. What I really like is this thing where they pop up the menu, you select your difficulty, your modifiers, and then you instance in. The cool thing I heard is that for the 0.1 patch, world bosses are going to work that way. So just like you go up to a ritual site or you go up to a delve and it has you pick the difficulty and you instance in, world bosses after 12.1 are no longer going to be 100 player slop, lagging down the open world until the game glitches out and the boss dies. World bosses are going to be intentional pieces of content that you go up to in the world, you queue up for in the drop-down menu, and it's going to let the devs actually tailor boss fights that are fun and engaging and it makes sense. I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to make world bosses and stuff like so much more like an actual piece of content. Other than it's like, oh, there's a world boss up. Oh, I can go get one hit on it before my computer crashes. Especially when you're trying to do the content when it like first comes out, you know? So I like any content like that where I can walk up and I can instance into it, whether it's like a group thing or a solo thing. The new micro zones they put in, I think those will be really cool for leveling up alts. Like as a thing to do for alts from 80 to 90, I think those will serve a purpose for that, I think. But I think for my in-game stuff, I'm gonna focus on a little bit of Mythic Plus. I want to do mostly delves, and then whatever open world stuff we want to get us anything we want. Not really fishing up anything new here, and I don't think anything here is anything I need for cooking. Bristle Whisker Catfish is green. We need tangy clam meat. We haven't been finding any of this yet. We must need, like, higher level clams. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's see, what weapons do we want to equip? Let's check our skills. One-handed axes, 117 out of 125. Maces is 111. Swords, okay, so all the one-hander stuff is pretty good. We need to find a good two-handed sword soon. What do I want to do? I think I just want to do like a shield and a one-hander today. Let's go shield and let's go the butcher's slicer. We got murlocs to kill, we gotta find Gobbler's Head. And we're going after Crocolisk. I'm just gonna do anything that's green right now. Prior to us leveling to 26, because we have to get into Duskwood, and we have to get those green quests done too. One last look at the inventory. Don't need the mana pots. I don't need the old potions. That can go. The old bandages can go. Murloc eyes. Crocolisk meat. I don't know if I maybe will get a recipe for the Crocolisk meat, or is that something we already got a long time ago? Oh, that was old. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Empty vials, I'm just gonna ditch them. The leaded vials I'll keep. We don't need these fish. Okay, that's pretty good.
Farewell.
Kamikaneski, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. Fall of Dunmo Deer. Let's grab this. We'll probably be up that way. Well, we might not, unless we go do Sida's Bag. Sida's Bag might be next visit. Excavation team, kind of the same thing. Like, this is gonna go green when we hit level 26, but I'm not gonna do that in this visit, I don't think. Because I'm really keen to get started in Duskwood.
What's on your mind?
And then there's the Red Ridge stuff, which is also like a bit of a higher level. Am I gonna have room in my quest log for 3 zones at once? Probably not. This is typically where I ditch Red Ridge, honestly. Once I get into Wetlands and Duskwood and I have a bunch of green stuff to do in each zone, I start to think about, well, gee, do I really need to go back to Red Ridge? Not really. It's not super important that we do, and those are going to be the first quests that I drop if I have to drop any. There's like shockingly not a lot of players around. Typically there's lots of people around this little bonfire thing. Did everybody quit the game over the weekend and go play SOD? Is that what happened? Everyone's, yeah, Andy says everyone's in SOD, yeah. Yeah, SOD, yeah. Yeah, they're all in SOD. Oh. We'll see. We're gonna play SOD this week, maybe even tomorrow. Just probably not today. Unless everybody really did quit. And then maybe today. Yeah, I hope that's not true, but, you know, I guess that kind of thing happens sometimes. We're gonna do a tanking Shami. Orc tanking Shami. The game was packed over the weekend. We're gonna check out how packed it is today. Don't tempt me to log in right now and look at it. Let me kill some of these murlocs first. Yeah, I'll judge for myself how packed it is. I know it's probably really busy. It was we checked one day, you know, there wasn't that first or second day that the event started, we checked, and it was kind of busy. Oh, TBC was packed, okay. Well, yeah, oh, I know, over the weekend, of course. We'll see, I'm gonna check SOD later. We'll see if it's busy. Maybe we'll do some science later on and compare starting zones. I'm sure the SOD starting zones are packed. At least like people popping on and like trying things out, even if they don't stay. I'm just not convinced that it's a real fresh start event within the community yet. It still has this very like niche feel to it, but I'll check it out. Let's get execute back onto the bar. And there's Gobbler, look at that, that was lucky. There's a fresh start event for SOD. Yeah, kind of. Like a bunch of streamers in the EU, they started a fresh event a couple weeks ago, like a week ago, with their communities and stuff. But then it kind of caught on. Like they started it with their communities. It had all these caveats though, like you had to be in one of the community guilds. I heard that they were turning off their XP bonus. I heard they were only grouping with people in the guilds. I heard they were only selling to people in the guilds. So I heard a bunch of like weird caveats at first, but I don't know if since then it seems to have grown a little bit within the general populace. But I'm not sure exactly how it's playing out. Whether it's like a real fresh start feel or if it's just like a handful of people from a handful of streaming communities. I get mixed reports. Buffalo Bill, good morning to you, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. These are not the bluefin that I need. They are bluefin murlocs, but they're just not triggering. Here we go. They're not triggering the quest. Let's come back over this way. It's always a good time to play WoW again, my friend. There's lots of different versions of WoW, so you're bound to find one that you like. Before we had so many versions of WoW, I would have to take a break occasionally. Like every couple of years, I'd have to take a break from the game. But now that we have a bunch of different versions, now I just go play a different version for a while. Whenever I get burned out. Fox with Lollipop, welcome buddy. Thanks for joining us. Maybe these thick clams will have the tangy clam meat we need for cooking. Yes, they do. Okay, we can farm some of these guys if we want. What else do I need for this recipe? Hot spices. Okay, this could give us some skill points if we want to kill these murlocs for a bit. Also, small lustrous pearls. I feel like sometimes in some economies these sell pretty well. Don't know if we're in that type of economy or not. Why am I playing TBC over vanilla or MOP? I don't have any interest in MOP because I feel like it's too far from classic, but it's not close enough to modern WoW. So I don't really feel the need to play it. And I'm not a person who feels like I have to play classic era though. You know, classic era servers are for people that only ever want to experience classic era, and that's not me. I like classic all the way through Wrath, and I like modern WoW. So I will play classic. You know, any variation of classic up to Wrath. without feeling though that I need to stay in Classic era. Like I have no like special attachment to only playing in Classic era the way some people do. So the population is like, the population's always going to be with the current progressing realm for the most part. You can say like the biggest population will be with the realm that's currently progressing, and right now the currently progressing realm is the TBC anniversary realms. Mista Pandaria is at the end of its life cycle. Sod was dead until recently, now maybe that's alive again. Could spice things up. Mista Pandaria is basically over anyway. Even if I had been a Mista Pandaria player and I had played a lot of it in Classic, by this point there wouldn't be a lot left for me to do. They've been in their last phase for a little while now, and there's nothing on the roadmap about what happens next for Mista Pandaria players. I guess they've all probably gravitated back to either Classic or Retail by now. I imagine the game must be quite dead. Kata was okay, Shane. I will give you that, okay? Like, I don't really include Kata with Classic. But I don't mind Kata for what it is. I had a lot of fun in Kata Classic. I leveled a lot of characters that had a lot of fun journeys. I did some raiding. I tanked a ton of heroics in Kata Classic. And I had a fun time doing it. So like yeah, like Cataclysm is not a bad expansion to play. It really isn't. It just gets it starts by the time we get to Mist though, we're like too far from Classic. And I start thinking like, well, why don't I just play Modern WoW? If I'm already playing Mista Pandaria, or, you know, I'm already playing Warlords of Draenor, why don't I just spend my time playing Modern WoW, where like the transmog I get, the pets I get, the stuff I get actually connects to my account in a way that it's gonna last forever, and not in a way where like I don't know in 5 years if I'm gonna have any of that stuff that I got in Cataclysm and MoP and whatnot. Because I got some cool mounts in Cataclysm, but I'm just thinking like, well, that's cool. I wish I had these mounts on my retail account, because that would be nice. There's really no changes to the questing except in the flow, in like, because like you just need less XP to level in some ways. So like instead of it being 200 hours to get from 1 to 60, it's like 120 hours to get from 1 to 60, you know. But the stuff you're doing is going to be the same stuff as in vanilla until you go through the Dark Portal at 60. Then you're going into the Outland content. But along the way in your vanilla leveling journey, some things have changed. Like they added a ton of quests to Dustwallow Marsh. They added some stuff in the hinterlands. Like there are these pockets where they did add some things and change some things. They have flight points that they didn't have before. Alliance has a flight point at the Rebel Camp in Stranglethorn, which is huge. So it's like there are changes, but nothing like super significant as far as like how you will quest or where you will quest. It's just going to take you less time. It's going to be a smoother journey, and you're not going to hit that level 40 drought where, like, you know, you get into the level 40s and you're looking around the world like, where am I supposed to find quests to do that aren't orange or gray? And so it gets rid of that part of the game and smooths that out. How about I just shoot you? Pluck. Oh, that was very nice. I shot him in the back with an arrow and I dinged off of that. That was very nice. CNET, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. What's going on, man? Valnencho, thanks for joining us today. What have you missed? We worked on professions and now we're questing in wetlands. That's it. We haven't gotten up to much yet. Just a bunch of profession stuff and a little bit of fishing. I know I've gone way too far north out of the realm of the quest here, but a part of me is just killing these guys for the clan meat at this point too. Life roots. There we go. You missed being coerced into playing WoW again by the stream. Yeah, it happens to lots of people. You're not the first. Yep. It's very easy to fall back into WoW. If you have a WoW habit, it's one of the easiest habits to backslide into. Especially if, like me, for years, I would just leave my sub active. Even though I knew I wasn't playing the game, I would just leave my sub active because I'm just like really irresponsible like that. And so at any moment I could install the game and log back in. And then, you know, once you got like really awesome internet, like you could install the game in like 3 minutes. It used to be, you know, to install the game took a long time. So when you uninstalled WoW, you thought long and hard about it. Because you're like, if I change my mind and want to backslide, it's going to take like an hour, 2 hours to get this sucker going again. So yeah, I used to like leave my sub active and either leave the game installed, so it's always easy to fall back into it. I'll uninstall the game, yeah, as like, you know, nothing's happening there, but it's like a statement to yourself, right? You're like, you're not really stopping your ability to play, you're just trying to convince yourself that you're done for right now. It's a gesture, right? It's a gesture. When you uninstall the game, it's simply a gesture. Who's inviting me? Explain yourself. Maybe that was somebody who thought I was going after Gobbler. They probably saw me in the area and they thought, this guy's going after Gobbler, I should invite him. If I see Gobbler, I won't kill him. I play on Thunderstrike EU. 12 out of 12. Let's keep killing him for a bit and see if we can just get some more clam meat. This is a yellow recipe, so it's not going to stay yellow for long. 10 of these, if we do 10 of these, that might go green just with the 10 of them. I don't know. Let's try to get a little bit more. Then we'll go back to town and we'll cook them. Maybe we'll find some crocolisks on the way. If we head further to the east, we might find some. Other than that, we can find some young crocolis down here if we're really lucky. And since everybody's playing sod, apparently, they won't be farmed out. I said I wouldn't kill Gobbler. I didn't aggro him, he ran up to me. I don't see any other players around, so... Is sod even a thing? I mean, apparently it is. There's been a community event going for like over a week now, and I keep hearing about it. I keep hearing about it and hearing about it. And it's like, oh, this might be becoming an actual like community fresh start. I don't know. I'm gonna check it out one day this week and see what it feels like. I'm gonna try out a enhancement tanking shaman. But I'm not gonna follow any like, I'm not gonna look into, investigate, or follow any weird caveats. If I get invited to a guild, I'll just join whatever guild invites me. In that way, like if I do get it to a point where I want to do 5-mans, then maybe I can just look in the guild instead of trying to use... I don't think there's any LFG in SOD, because SOD doesn't have any of the improvements we got with the anniversary servers. You know, like SOD doesn't have edit mode. SOD doesn't have a lot of things that we're used to in anniversary. Manifest, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. And if you're jumping back into Season of Discovery right now, for anybody who's thinking about this, and if you're going to start a new character, remember, you can buy all of your runes for like 1 copper each off of an NPC right in your starting zone. Make sure you get all of your runes right away. This is like the best change they ever made for SOD. So you can start playing with all those new abilities, all those new builds and variations right away. Remember to buy your runes right away. Yeah, it was originally a player made fresh. A bunch of communities from the EU, like streamers and stuff, got together and said, well, we're going to do this fresh event. So like originally it was just their communities, right? But I feel like it's spread a little bit beyond that, and people have like, there's a bit of general interest now. There's a bit of general interest in the atmosphere, and I think people are kind of filtering into it to check it out. SOD NA was absolutely packed this week. Tons and tons of people. There you go. Yeah, the community brought it back. Some communities brought it back, right? They went out of their way to say, hey, we're gonna play SOD. I guess it was like, you know, like for their excitement of Classic Plus, right? That was the premise. They're like, look, we're really excited for Classic Plus. Let's exercise our excitement by going and playing the closest thing we've ever got to Classic Plus, Season of Discovery. And so that's what they did. And that's how I understand it. Hey, you Wave, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. They were on the EU, they're on wild growth. Yeah, I don't know, so people are doing this on the US realms too, but it's not, there's not the same communities there, so I'm not sure, but on EU it's wild growth. I'm assuming it would simply be the same for North America, because they gave all the servers the same name, so there's a Wild Growth NA and a Wild Growth EU. And I'm just assuming people are going to play on Wild Growth on either side, but I don't know. Here's a question, and this is because this was something silly that I heard. Of those of you guys who are playing SOD again, have any of you disabled your XP buff? And if so, why? That's what I need to know. I heard that some of these guilds were requiring people to disable their XP buff in order to play with anybody who happens to be in that guild. And I just think, like, well, that would be the stupidest thing to do in Season of Discovery. Especially if you want to get to endgame and start having fun in the raids, which for me, that's what SOD is about. No, JD, you did not turn off your XP buff. Indy, it's NA Wild Growth also. Also, yeah, thank you for the confirmation. It is Wild Growth on both North America and EU. Yeah, because I won't turn off my, XP buff. Because that's part of the fun of SOD. It's a different pace. The combat is a different pace. The leveling is a different pace. And in SOD, there is fun endgame stuff to get to. There's a lot of fun endgame stuff. At least I had a lot of fun with it the first time around. And I never got to see the last raid, so I'd love to see that eventually. For people playing hardcore. Oh, there's no way I would play SOD hardcore though. I think that's way too hardcore. Yeah, I played enough of normal hardcore. If I go back to SOD, it'll be for the straight up SOD experience. Yep, not shaken, not stirred, just straight up. Carrie, welcome to the stream. Good morning to you. We'll see. I'm gonna log a low-level character and check out the areas today a little bit. See if this population really is cranking out like people say it is. Not that I don't believe anybody, but we all have our own interpretation and our own impressions of what busy is in WoW. And I think like sometimes it's a little different. Alright, I think we're good here. Did we get any? We got a bunch of clams. We're up to 13, like 15 or 16 tangy clam meat. That should be more than what we need. Let's go back and we'll cook this stuff. Maybe we'll check for crocolisk first. See if we can find any crocolisk south of town. Risen, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. There were enough people in the Abbey area that it was hard to get quests done. Wow. I have breathing pots. Boop. There we go. That works. Yeah, once you can spread out, you don't see that really once people can spread out, because then you can go and do a bunch of different starting areas if you want. Oh yeah, it'll always be busier on the weekend, of course. We're gonna check it out and see how it is on a Monday. That'll really tell the tale. If people are playing the game, like seriously playing the game, and it's not just like a little thing they're trying out on the weekend, if people are really playing, it'll be busy on a Monday. Like, that's how the game works. If lots of people are really playing it, the starting zones will still be busy even on a Monday afternoon. That's gonna tell the tale. Like, it's already 6 p.m. realm time, right? It's already prime time realm time. So if I log in to the SOD server and I make a character, like, it should be busy right now. 6 o'clock, Monday evening. If people are really playing it, this is when they're doing it. And if they're only checking it out on a weekend and they're not convinced, then they won't be on. Then it'll be like basically empty. In the starting areas, right? Yeah, I doubt they're gonna do anything with SOD. Development on SOD is done. This was a player-led fresh start event for nostalgia, I guess, in anticipation of Classic Plus. But then some data miners data mined like a new SOD patch, which is probably just bug fixes, because they have to do that stuff occasionally. But then people got kind of all excited thinking, ooh, maybe this is new like secret content drop for SOD. It's not. But people can get excited by lots of different things. So that's what happened. Patrick, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Have they added anything to SOD since the last patch? No. No, not since the last patch. The last major thing they added was that last raid. The Scarlet, the Scarlet something or another. That was the last thing they did. And that was what phase, was that phase 8? Like originally the game was only supposed to have like 4 or 5 phases, and it ended up having 8 phases with content, so they exceeded their original, like, it's so hard to think about a Blizzard that exceeded their original plans for something, you know? Usually we get patches cut from games, like Warlords of Draenor and its infamous cut patch. But SOD was a thing that, like, the player demand was such that they just kept making more and more and more content. Really unheard of. But they did stop at phase 8. Finally, they had to throw in the towel. They were like, look, if you ever want Classic Plus, we have to get working on that. It's been a fun experiment, but it has to end sometime. Well, it can come back and it can be fun for whoever has fun in it. You know, and that's all it's about. So if somebody goes and they play SOD right now and they have fun, great. You know, that's great. If other people don't go play SOD and they have fun doing what they're doing, then great. It's great that it's an option for people that want to do it. You know? It's great that, like, there's like SOD is back for people that maybe you're bored with everything right now, but you want a classic experience, but you don't have a lot of time to level up a character, so like SOD is perfect for that. So I'm glad that it's here just to be what it is. Even if it's not, like, you know, are as many people playing SOD as are playing Burning Crusade? We don't know. We're gonna assume the answer is no. We have to assume more people are playing TBC Anniversary than playing SOD. We don't know. We're never gonna know, and there's not really a scientific way to know, I don't think, without Blizz just blatantly giving us player numbers. We can speculate based on other things. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. If someone goes and plays SOD and they have a good time doing that, then that's great. Lots of giant Crocolisk, lots of normal Crocolisk. I need young Crocolisk. We've gotten 0 skins so far. I'm just going to keep killing everything because I'm pretty positive they all share respawns. Like, they share spawn points, right? Yeah, a lot of people use raid logs and not everyone raids. The problem with that is this. Not only is it accurate to say not everyone raids, it would be more accurate to say that most people who log in and play the game don't raid. It's more accurate to say most people who play the game don't raid. It's more accurate to say that. And so using raid numbers as a way to judge population is terribly inaccurate. Like, what an awful way to do it. It's better to look at the activity on the auction house and say, like, well, how active is the auction house? That's going to give you a better idea of how many people are playing the game. Because looking at raid numbers is pointless. Most people who play WoW don't actively raid on a week-to-week basis. They might pop into a raid here and there. They might have done a raid once. But most people who play the game in Classic don't raid. It's absolutely, it's not a question. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. And so I really dislike using raid numbers for any kind of proof of population or playership. Especially in Classic, when it's much harder to get into the raiding scene than it is in something like retail. Yeah, Manifest says, I don't even know what raid logs are. Right, I don't log when I do anything. And if I were to raid today, I still wouldn't be running logs. And so, like, well, I don't, unless they're just pulling that off the back end. Like, if I have to do something on my end, they're never gonna know. Because I'm not using Warcraft logs. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But it would be great to live in a world where you open up BattleNet. Imagine opening up BattleNet, selecting the version of the game you want to play, and then seeing a number that tells you how many players have been online in the last 24 hours. Like, how freaking cool would that be? Just right there in the BattleNet browser, like how many people have logged on in the last 24 hours? Like, just tell me a player number. Let me actually see some player numbers. Like, what are you hiding? What's the point of hiding it? People already bounce around from version to version. You know, how poppin' is the main city? That's a good one too. Yeah, like it would be better to go stand in Stormwind and take a look around Stormwind and compare the different Stormwinds. Like, let's log into Stormwind in TBC. Let's log into Stormwind in SOD, and then let's see what does Stormwind look like. That's probably a better comparison than raid logs. I agree. All right, we got one skin. Maybe that's what we'll do. We can we'll run a level 1 character from Northshire over to Stormwind later, and just like we'll stand in Stormwind and see what Stormwind looks like. And then also keep in mind, like, if we're looking at in-game tools like LFG, like, I don't know, because I've heard that a lot of these guilds are only grouping within their guild. So if you have these really big community guilds and they're only grouping with people from guild chat, you're not going to see these people in LFG channels. They're not going to be listed in the LFG, and they're not going to be posting in LFG. If anything I've heard is true, where like a lot of these guilds are like, they're going to build their groups from inside their guilds, because for them that's they're here to play together. And so I think that's something too. If you don't join a guild, it might be hard to get groups like the traditional way. If you're not just gonna like ask in a big guild chat. That sounds like a dead guild. Yeah, so you need to G quit that guild. If you're in a guild of 400 people and you're the only one online, like, that's a dead guild. You gotta quit that one and just get invited to a new one. You gotta get invited to an active guild. That's like a guild from like the original run of SOD. You gotta get into one of the guilds that fired up recently. Wojwoda, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. I think the game is telling me there's a young wetlands croc directly in the ground beneath us. That's pretty useless. Unless there's like a cave there that I don't know about. I don't think there is. No, that crocolisk is simply like he's buried in the ground. That's a bummer. Is there anything else we can do at this level besides stockades? Oh, Black Fathom Deeps. Are we out of the level range for Black Fathom Deeps now? At 26? I wouldn't mind doing that if I can get a... If I can get like a summon out there. Actually, I'm close to the boat. I could probably get myself out there. Kind of forgot about Black Fathom Deeps. There's a couple of other 26s in the queue, so 26 must not be too high. 26 Hunter, 26 Shaman, 25 Hunter. The Druid in this group's level 26, so 26 must still be okay. Yeah, there's probably loot. I don't know. A lot of times when I do dungeons, it's like, it's to do something different and to get kill XP. And then if I get loot, or if there is loot, that's simply a bonus. So I don't always check the loot tables before going in. I know there's some stuff in there. I know there's a shield. I know there's potentially a tanking specific chest piece. I know there's a two-handed axe. I know there's stuff in there. Now, whether or not any of it'll drop, or if it'll be much better than what I have, I don't know. But it'd be nice to do it for like a change of pace here. Oh yeah, I got breathing pots. I know some of you guys are probably freaking out like, oh, you're underwater. No, no, pay attention. Oh god, you're not paying it. I'm not paying attention, but it's okay. I don't have to be. I got a little stockpile of breathing pots. The benefits of being an alchemist. Yeah, that's why you don't see the breath bars just not existent. That's your first sign that everything's okay. When you just don't see a breath bar, then we're probably fine. I'm gonna leave myself in queue for this and see if anybody ever gets anything together. Oh, you know what I want to see in Classic Plus? I want to get experience for professions. Like, I want to get XP for picking flowers and for mining ores. I feel like you should get a little bit of character XP for everything you do with professions. Like, for main professions at least. Like, if you craft a piece of loot or a piece of gear, like, you should get a little bit of character XP for that. But especially when you're, like, going around gathering stuff. That would be a cool addition. They added that in Cataclysm. In Cataclysm you started to get XP for mining nodes and for Herbalism, but that was it. It was only for mining and Herbalism. Nothing else got skill ups. Or XP. You didn't get XP from skinning, you didn't get XP from production professions. Just mining and Herbalism. I have no idea how professions work in retail. As much retail as I play, I don't think professions will ever be something I figure out. I have no idea what those people do. I get confused when I open up the profession menu. There's a lot of stuff going on. Alright, we're 4 out of 4. Let's get ourselves back to dry land, shall we? Let's go turn these in, and then I think I'm gonna head down to Duskwood. We got some green stuff to start doing there. Eventually we're gonna come back here and do like everything else in the zone. Still a ton of stuff to do. But I don't want to waste time getting started in Duskwood. I don't want to lose those green quests. Is 1 to 60 in Burning Crusade very different compared to vanilla? Only in the sense that it goes a little bit faster and it feels a lot smoother. They smooth out leveling enough that like you don't run out of quests to do around level 40. Things don't start to drag at level 40.
Be careful.
They added enough quests, especially in places like Swamp of Sorrows and Dustwallow Marsh. Places where there really wasn't anything to do. And they changed how much XP you need to level and things like that to help smooth the way. But like what you do and how you go about it is basically going to be the same. It's just going to be a smoother journey and a shorter journey than it was in vanilla.
Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
Alright. Yeah, let's head to Duskwood. I think as close as we're going to get is probably going to be Red Ridge.
What can I do for you?
I don't think we have the Duskwood flight point. Yeah, and so that's a 6-minute flight.
Be careful.
Let's just do that. I'm gonna use this opportunity to top off my coffee and bio. I will be right back. Alright. 1 minute, 45 seconds. Pretty good timing. Apparently groups today need healers and not tanks. Oh, I see. Oh, how the tables have turned. Do we want to do anything here? Shadow orbs. Midnight orbs, rather. We could do that one. Blackrock Champions up to the north we could do. I just worry if I hit level 27 though, I'm gonna lose some of the level 20 stuff in Duskwood, and I really don't want to lose any quests there. CNET, we could try to do stockades. Oh, you know, speaking of that, did I grab the stockade quest from Redridge already? Feral Zune. No. Somewhere in Redridge there's supposed to be a stockades quest. I don't see it. Very weird. I mean, I can go get the quest from Duskwood. I have to go there anyway, but I don't know what the deal is. I thought there was a quest to pick up in Redridge. Maybe we outleveled it.
Talk to me. Keep it real.
Alright, for now, I'm gonna grab the flight point, I'm gonna find the stockade quest, and then I think I'll set my Hearthstone here.
Hey there. See you around.
And we won't bother picking up anything else until we come back here to quest. Actually, maybe I'll pick up the quest to go out to Jitters. It would be nice to have some of that stuff, I suppose. Because then I can fly over to Sentinel Hill and I can kind of start from over there when I come back. Seasoned wolf kebabs.
Light bless you.
Well met. Go with honor, friend. Well met. Light bless you. Be careful. You need something? Safe travels. Go with honor, friend. Farewell.
Hello. See you later. Have a good one.
What can I do for you, for the Alliance?
We need to get a bronze tube while we're in Stormwind for this guy's quest.
Well met. Safe travels.
We have to pick up the quest in Old Town. There's that lady that walks around. She got a quest for bandanas or something like that. Seeing that you have 20 bronze tubes. Oh, I was gonna say, I won't ask you any questions. Seems kind of weird for you to have that many. I guess if you're an engineer, it makes more sense. Oh man, if you're somebody that's never played one of the factions before, you have so much good content to see. Like, so many amazing zones to level through. If you're someone who's never played the other faction, you have Classic Plus waiting for you. Like, you have what I want. Like, I want to play Classic where, like, the zones are new to me, the quests are new to me, it's areas I haven't seen before, it's mobs I haven't fought. Like, that's the stuff I'm really looking forward to. And so if you haven't played one of the factions before, like, you have that experience waiting for you. Right now, today. And you could play Alliance every day till Classic Plus comes out, you probably still won't have seen all the zones or Alliance content. Alright, Old Town first. Oh, you know what? Is there a ribbon pull here? Does Stormwind have a ribbon pull? I think they do. I feel like maybe it's back by the stockades. Am I making things up? Ribbon pull and Stormwind, yay or nay? If I have to go out to Goldshire, I will, but I won't be happy. The pole's over there, right? It's by the dungeon somewhere. I know it is. I've seen it. It's next to Stockade. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, somewhere around here is a lady with a quest. Here she is.
Can I help you?
Alright, let's get ourselves over there and we will spin at the pole. Dave, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god, look at all the people. See, we'll have to do a side-by-side of Stormwind in TBC and Stormwind in Season of Discovery. I bet TBC wins. We'll make sure we grab our flower buff too. That really helps out with threat, because every time we get hit, we deal fire damage to the person that hits us. As a tank, that's awesome. Redbird, welcome to the stream, buddy. When I do slash who's and I'm looking to see like who's on, I always exclude level 1s. I always start my search at level 2 and above. Just to rule out like bank alts and people just popping in to check out the server population. I always do I do 2 and up. 2 to 10. And I exclude all those level 1s. You only have to play for about 5 minutes to get level 2. And I feel like it's a better search. Ooh, do we have a vendor over here? Oh, I'd love a vendor. There's gotta be a vendor somewhere. Any vendors in here? No, just an empty house. That should be my house. Here's the fire. We'll go ahead and we'll do that. No vendors. It's the corner of Stormwind that time forgot. Until the trading post came into the game. This is not a vendor either. There's just houses here with like... Oh, here we go. Perfect.
What are you looking for? See you
Alright,
around.
that should do. Am I in a guild yet? I'm in my friend's guild. Yeah, I don't have a guild or run a guild. There's not a guild in my name. I don't even have a Discord anymore. I'm just in a guild of a friend of mine.
Light bless you.
And that's where I hang out.
Be careful, for the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
And it's his guild, so... That's what works best. Kick? They want to kick me already? These people wanted to kick me. I explained exactly what I was doing. I took a little bit longer because I needed to vendor, and I took a little bit longer just because I'm slow. And they were like, should we kick this warrior? Yeah, kick your tank because he's taking an extra minute. That makes a lot of sense. Oh boy. What a way to begin. See, I didn't get all the quests because I don't have a quest for this guy. Don't know where this quest is picked up at. We're not going to have the dwarf quest because that's at the end of a chain. Lale, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. And we can loot on the way back up the tunnel. Listen, I have to tank. I don't have time to loot, okay? If I don't hit the next group of mobs, then the mage is going to start AoEing them, so... I'd love to loot, don't have time. We'll get them on the way back. The priest shouldn't bubble me. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be the one to teach him how to play, though. As long as we're not wiping, it's okay. Just kick the mage? Why would I do that? He's just playing his class. I don't have any reason to kick him. It doesn't have to be a perfect world. I don't have to perfectly like everything that happens. It's just a game. If something gets too egregious, then I'll deal with it, but why overreact? It's like, so I have a mage that pulls shit. Like, big surprise. If I kick every DPS that does something I don't like, then I'm not going to have any DPS left to play with in the game. So there's that. And eventually, if he does it, he'll eventually get himself killed if he's not careful, so that problem will eventually solve itself. I don't need to take an action. They grow on trees. That's a bad attitude. I just don't have that attitude. Also, it's classic, so if I want to replace somebody, I gotta go back out, I gotta summon them, I have to do all this extra work. It's not retail, I can't just queue up and replace them instantly, unfortunately. And it's just a bad attitude to have to say like, oh well, somebody did something you don't like, might as well kick them because you're the tank. Just because you're the tank, you know, it doesn't make you God Almighty, Lord and Ruler. You're just another player. Mr. Santa, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. Saba, thanks for joining us. David, you're not having a good time in Terracar, huh, buddy? What's wrong with Terracar? Did you get all your Oblema seeds? Those damn Oblema seeds, isn't it? Mantar, good evening to you. Welcome. See, now he pulled this, now he can tank it. Now he's got the healer involved. Who's on the healer? Are you on the healer? Are you on the healer? No, they're not on the healer, then I'm gonna leave them be. I figure if he wants to have fun, then he can have fun. He's having fun with them now. See, you don't have to kick people or be a jerk about things. Sometimes you can let people learn the lesson the natural way. I'm assuming he's gonna just zone out of the instance and drop them all back on us anyway. That's it though, we are done here. I didn't get the quest done. I don't know, I missed a couple of quests. So yeah. We'll try to remember the Santa Storm likes to AoE, and so we'll try to remember that about him if we see him in the queue next time. He likes to pull extra packs because he likes to have a good time. And we'll just have to keep that in mind. CNET, thanks for putting the group together and coming along, man. I appreciate it. Alright, level 27. We gotta go get Challenging Shout. Challenging Shout would have been really useful there to pick up Threat on all those mobs. But we didn't have it yet. Charge rank 2 and Mocking Blow 2. We also have a quest to go turn in over in the Cathedral of Light area. What's the add-on for the quest window pop-up? That is Dialogue UI. It also has a nice dark mode.
Good day to you. See you around. Safe travels.
I still wouldn't mind getting into a BFD group today. We'll have to sit in the queue for that one and see if anybody invites us. Not a lot of interest on the Alliance side in BFD, apparently. How is dual wielding working out for tanking? It's been fine. Yeah, I'm not even Fury spec. I'm Arms spec and I'm still dual wielding. And it's been okay. Am I gonna keep playing ESO? No, not right now. It didn't grab me. I played a little bit more. I played more of it than what I ended up posting. But once I realized I wasn't gonna play more, I didn't post the subsequent episodes. It just didn't grab a hold of me. You know, just like the moment-to-moment gameplay, increasing the difficulty does not get me into the moment-to-moment gameplay. So it must just be something to do with the gameplay, combat design, or encounter design that I don't get into. I don't know what it is. But no, it didn't grab me. I didn't get interested in it.
Need help?
I wanted to, but it didn't happen.
Have a good one.
Are they gonna bring back the Winds of Mysterious Wisdom or whatever it was to retail for the leveling buff? Because that was kind of neat. It was neat to get the loot bags as you leveled up characters in retail, since you can never keep up with loot normally. Getting the loot bags with the set of loot in was really nice. I could leave the XP. I don't care about the XP bonuses in retail. I think an XP bonus in retail is pointless. But the mysterious loot bags, that was really nice. I leveled up a few characters like that. And that was a good time. Bronze tube. CNET was like, I got 30 bronze tubes, bro, and then he didn't give me one before the group left, so I have to go to the auction house and buy one. At least I remembered to do it. $6 silver, not that bad. CNET, to be fair, I don't know if I'm a good, like... I don't know if I'm a good, like... base case, you know? I'm pretty, I'm pretty airheaded. I don't know what else to say. Like, yeah, they should watch new players play the game, but like, it's not just like I'm a new player, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just really airheaded. I don't know if they should watch anything that I do when it comes to retail. They should watch what I do when it comes to Classic, and they should take some of the feedback I have for Classic Plus. As far as retail, I don't know. I think that I'm just an airhead sometimes, and like a lot of their design is very opaque to me. Eventually I figure things out. It just takes me a while. Like I played a bit yesterday by myself. Like I played without streaming. And you know, eventually I figured out again like what I wanted to do and how I wanted to play, and but as far as deciphering out their new content, yeah, like you have to be a person that plays every day, or you have to be smart. And I don't play every day, and I'm not that smart, so.
What can I do for you?
But I don't think I'm their target audience. They don't care if I don't understand what's happening in modern WoW. You know what I mean? They would look at me and look at what I do, and they'd be like, well, yeah, it makes sense this guy doesn't know what's going on. They wouldn't look at it and be like, oh yeah, there's a problem that needs to be fixed. They'd be like, this is the guy, this guy has the problem. And as the one with the problem, he has to fix it. But yeah. The trick for retail for me is just playing the stuff that I know I like. Sticking to the content I know makes sense to me. Delves, 5-mans. A little bit of the open world instance stuff, like the ritual sites are good. And if I just stick to what I know, and I just focus on what I like to do, then I have a really good time. If I try to jump into their hot new thing, and I don't really understand what the stakes are, or like how it works, then it's a miserable time. I'm gonna figure out when I can do some more evening streams of retail. I don't want to play retail a lot during the day. I'd rather just keep the day to like playing Classic, hanging out with you guys. But I am gonna play more retail. It's probably gonna be in the PM my time. I'm gonna try to find some days where I can stream from like 6 to 9 my time in the evening.
King's honor, friend.
My quest log is full.
Well met. Greetings. Go with honor, friend, for the Alliance.
Yeah, the way to think about retail is that it's a buffet. You can't approach retail like it's just like an RPG or just like a normal game where you're gonna like go into the game, you're gonna do all the new stuff on offer, whatever they put in the game, you're gonna do it because it's part of the game. Like, you gotta treat retail like a buffet, and you gotta pick and choose the stuff that you're gonna like, and you gotta be really careful about picking and choosing. Like, don't choose something that's gonna make you sick later. It's just like a buffet, and you can't overeat. Like, don't eat too much of one thing.
Hey there.
It's a buffet, so you're supposed to do like little slices of different stuff. Like, in the times when I get burned out, it'll be like the times when I'm like, okay, I'm only gonna do Mythic 5s, and then I do Mythic 5s for like 2 weeks, all day, every day, and I burn out.
Need help?
You just gotta treat it like a buffet. Get a little bit of this, eat it, go back. Get a little bit of this, eat it, go back. And treat it like a buffet. I think it's like, it's easy to have fun in retail that way.
The Alliance.
When you try to play it as a holistic game and you try to say like, well, I'm gonna try to do everything. I'm gonna try to do all the story. I'm gonna try to do all the side quests. I'm gonna do delves and 5-mans and see the raids. Like, when you approach it like that, it's too much. It's like absolutely overwhelming, and then you're just gonna get burned out no matter what you do. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be bam 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 though. That's what I think. Like, it's bam 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 if you think about it in that way. If you think like, well, I'm going after gear and it's gonna be gear and I'm just gonna gear, like, well, then it's gonna feel that way. It's weird because it's all about like how you approach the game. Like, usually a game you pick up and you play a game and it has its own kind of pacing and you just get used to whatever the pacing is for that game. But with retail, it depends on the content that you're doing, and the content that you do depends on you. And so, like, in a way, like, you determine the pacing and you determine how it feels. But if you go into it without knowing that you have to control the pacing, without knowing that you have to pick and choose the content, you're going to be A, on the one hand, overwhelmed. And then B, once you get off of being overwhelmed and you get into some content, then you're going to get burned out. I don't know. It's always a work in progress for me. Alright, we're at 60. Let's go ahead and just burn another flower here. 3 flowers left, 2 flowers left. I'm gonna switch over to, let's do shield, and let's do one-handed mace for a bit. I don't think we've really leveled up this mace at all. Alright, we gotta make our way all the way out to Jitters. On the way, we're gonna pick up 8-legged menace, and we'll have to visit Abercrombie as well. I haven't done the Stormwind stuff, no. I have never gotten the food buff. I just take my hour XP buff and I take my Fire Festival Fury buff usually. And that's it. I kind of forgot there was another food buff. And I haven't really bothered with it. Redbird, you're not the minority player. You are a retail player. Yeah. Like, you're not the minority player. That's why Modern WoW does well. Because a lot of people who do play Modern WoW, they log in and they play every day. But what's happened is a couple different things. Like, firstly, I'm a person that plays mostly Classic, as are a lot of the people here. And so, like, if you're playing WoW every day, then you know exactly this is what I talk about. It's like, if you play WoW Modern every day, you're fine. If you play WoW Modern every day, you know what's going on, you understand the currencies, you're familiar with all the new bullshit they put into the game, so when they put a new bullshit system in, you know exactly how it's going to work. Because you've clicked through every other bullshit thing that they've done before. So you know exactly what to expect. So you're not overwhelmed by anything because you're logging in every day. You understand the plethora of content on offer to you, you know that it's a buffet because you walk in there every day. For people that don't walk in there every day, it's confusing.
King's honor, friend.
We don't know how to treat it, and it takes a while for us to develop a way to get into it. If you're logging in every day and having fun, you're not in the minority of modern WoW players. You're in the majority. The minority of modern WoW players are the people that struggle and really want to enjoy modern WoW, but they have these dilemmas. They have these points of friction that come up. And sometimes a person can't fix their own problem. Chazzy, thank you so much for the membership. I really appreciate that, and thank you for being here and hanging out with us today. Yeah, there's points of friction for people that don't play a lot of retail or people trying to get back in. And a lot of people don't have the wherewithal or the care to really get past those points of friction. A lot of people try to play for a bit, they hit a couple big points of friction. Maybe it's something they don't understand. Maybe it's a currency they don't understand. Maybe it's a bug in the game that they don't understand it's a bug. And then they just log off. They're like, well, that was an unfulfilling experience. I don't know when I'll go back. And that's like that's the minority of modern WoW player. The modern WoW player who tries again and again, but he can't solve his own problem. You know, he has a problem, and the problem is, I can't get into modern WoW. I don't know how to enjoy it. When we have a problem, it's really hard to be the person with the problem and the person that fixes yourself. You know? It's like trying to pick yourself up by your own bootstraps. Which is a common saying, like, you know, pick yourself up by your own bootstraps, but it's impossible when you think about it. You can't be the person with the problem and the person that fixes the problem. And so it's hard for people to figure out, like, how am I going to enjoy this game?
How are you? Have a good one.
When you fire up Classic, you know exactly what you're going to do. You know exactly what to do, because there isn't a lot to do. So you fire up Classic, and you're going to level, or you're going to raid, or you're going to dungeon, or you're going to work on professions. Like, you're going to do basically one of four things. Of course, you're not going to PvP, because who does that? So you have limited options when you fire up Classic. You're never going to fire up Classic and be like, oh man, there's so much shit to do. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do in this game today. You're never going to feel that way. But if you don't play Modern WoW every day and you log in, that is how you're going to feel. You're going to log in. You're going to see, right now, if you log into Modern WoW, you're going to see Void Incursions. You're going to see Ritual Sites. You're going to see Empowered Delves. You're going to see World Quest. You're going to see World Bosses. You're going to see the little, like, daily, weekly zone events. You're going to see a bunch of stuff in Stormwind pertaining to the new microzones. If you log into Modern WoW right now as a person who doesn't log in every single day, you're going to be overwhelmed with the sheer multitudes of ways and things you can do in the game. And there's nothing to guide you. There's nothing to guide you into the content that you're necessarily going to enjoy. And so if you get into some content, you're like, well, these things, this is the new thing, and maybe I just ought to do the new thing. You might jump into the new thing, and you might not like it. But you might not know that you're a person that would really enjoy Delves. You might not know that you're really a person that would enjoy Mythic Plus. You know, you might not get to find out that you like those things, because there's so many options, you might not try them before you log out.
Well met.
That's the problem. It can be very exhausting. You have to go into it with a plan, and you have to know, like, I'm going to a buffet, and at the buffet, I'm going to eat pizza and breadsticks.
Greetings.
That's the best way to enjoy a buffet. Like, have an idea of what you're going to get when you get there.
Hey there.
That way, when you see all the food on offer, you're not overwhelmed. You don't have, like, decision paralysis. You just say, we're going to this buffet. I know they have really good pizza. Same thing with Modern WoW. You log into Modern WoW, and you say, I know there's some new stuff in Modern WoW, but I really enjoy Delves. So I'm going to do Delves. You know, and then you just focus on the thing that you like, and you can have fun that way, but a lot of people don't get to that point. A lot of people, I think, log in and they don't find the thing they really like. They just don't get to it. It's probably there. There's content they would enjoy. I just don't think they all get to it. Alright, we are looking for pygmy spiders. We're going to do pygmy spider hunting, then we'll come along this way and we'll do the wolves. We'll stop at Abercrombie's and slowly work our way back around to Darkshire. There has to be another player out here somewhere. There is not a single spider anywhere on this beach. I don't see any bodies. So maybe somebody burned through here recently. Perhaps we'll get respawned soon. Yeah, see, that's what I should have got. I should have picked up the seasoning salt when I was in Stormwind. That would have been really smart. Not like we were just there. Oh my god. We have 2 talent points to spend. I am going to put one of them in Impale. Man, I know it's not a popular choice. I don't know if I guess I'll just go into... We're already 1 point into Improved Rend. I'll just keep going into Improved Rend for now. We might respec eventually. You know, I'm sure pretty soon here we might respec. Maybe we'll try going back into Fury for a bit. Yeah, that's absolutely true. There's nothing in retail you can figure out in 5 minutes. Yep, that's the problem people have. That's the problem people have, though. That's what the point is. The point is that people are used to logging into a video game, and within 5 minutes they know what they're supposed to be doing in that video game. You know, like, if you're in the middle of a Persona 5 run, and you put the game down for a couple weeks, you're gonna log back into Persona 5 and you're gonna know what the hell you're supposed to do. You're gonna have a clue as to what you're doing. If you play classic WoW and you're leveling a character to level 40, and then you take a break from the character for a couple weeks, well, when you log back in, you're gonna know what to do within 5 minutes. And so people are absolutely used to the idea, and it's an okay idea to have, that you say, like, I want to log into this game and I should be able to figure out what's going on in 5 minutes. In retail, you can't. Unless you're logging in every day, there's no way you're gonna be able to do that. But that's what people want and expect. People don't want to log in and have to read a guide before they can figure out what to do. They don't really want to log in and have to Google something. They don't want to log in and have to go watch a YouTube video about the new thing that got added. Because every other game, they're used to being able to log into a video game and then simply play it. And so that's a big problem that modern WoW has. Is you're right, it takes an hour at least to get your feet under you. If you've been out of the game for, I'd say, like, if you missed a half patch, it's gonna take hours for you to figure out what you're doing. You know, if you missed a 0.5 patch, or you didn't see the 0.7 patch, and like, if you miss a patch, you're gonna be behind. It's gonna be an hour or two before you can figure out what you're supposed to do. But that's a problem. Like, that's not a feature, that's a problem. How do they solve it? I don't have any idea. I am not a game designer. Maybe when you log into the game after a while, they could ask you some questions. You know, what do you like to do in World of Warcraft? Pick one of these. And then it kind of asks you a few questions, and then after asking you a few questions about your preferences, maybe then it could guide you directly to some content that you ought to enjoy. Like in my scenario, it might ask me a few questions, and then it would say, well, you should do some delves. You know, here's a quick description on delves, empowered delves, and where to get coffer keys. Or it might say, you seem like you'd really enjoy Mythic Plus. You know, why don't you hit the button for the menu and put yourself in the queue for Mythic Plus? It looks like you got a gear score that can do Mythic 1s and 2s. Like, there could be a little bit of guidance to help guide people to the thing that they might enjoy. So that they don't have to go to the internet and Google stuff and watch videos and read guides for a couple hours before they can play the new patch. You have to keep in mind, people have wanted housing in WoW for decades, though. Like, there's a lot of animosity for housing. I don't know why. Like, if you don't like it, don't play it. But there has been... People have wanted housing in WoW since the very beginning of WoW. I remember me and my friend talking about housing back in, like, 2008. It's something people want. You know, a lot of people don't like the implementation of it, and, like, I'm not interested in it. I don't spend any time in my house, but I'm definitely fine with it being in the game. You know, especially if it makes money. Do I agree with all their pricing practices? No. But if the game keeps making money and that's what keeps the game alive, then so be it. People want it. And I don't want it necessarily, and I don't really understand people that spend a lot of time on their house. But I don't have to. I don't have to understand it. It just gets to be its own thing that I don't have to engage with. For me, it's a relief, you know? Like, if I really liked housing, that would be really stressful. Because then I would be getting to a point where I'd probably have too many things I like. You know, I'd have too many things in the game that I wanted to do. And that focus would be very split. So I'm glad that I don't like housing, because then I have to spend an hour a day in my house. I got lucky that way. Now, do I want housing in Classic Plus? No. I really don't want housing in Classic Plus. I think housing is great for retail. I don't want it in Classic Plus at all. Unless it's like open world housing and like survival craft stuff, you know, like Valheim. Unless we're crafting bases in the open world, that would be the only way that I would want any kind of like house building or any kind of housing stuff in Classic. Is if somehow, impossibly, we were building stuff like just out in the open world like lunatics. That would be a fun season of Classic. Season of survival craft.
What can I do for you? You need something? Safe travels.
Kind of a bummer that we came here at a level where all these guys are gray. What level are we? 27. Yeah, I messed that up. And I knew I was messing it up as I did it. You have to come here at level 25 or 26. Coming here at level 27, not the way to do this. We're missing out on so much kill XP. It's gonna hurt us later. At some point, it's gonna catch up to us. Go with some two-handed weapons since we're fighting gray enemies. I'm gonna try a two-handed mace for a little bit. I don't think we've played with this one a lot. I mean, there are people in this queue, but I don't know if nobody wants to put the group together or if there really just haven't been healers until now. We have been in the queue for BFD for a little bit. Nobody's biting. Just level up our unarmed skill on them. I wonder if we could kill these guys unarmed. What's our unarmed skill at anyway? 47 out of 35. I wonder if I do if I do just a weapon in the offhand. Oh, you can't do just a weapon. Oh wait, that's a two-hander. Let's try it. I want to do just a weapon in the offhand. Okay, so will I still get unarmed skill ups if I have just a weapon in my offhand? Yes. But I'll also hit sometimes with the weapon. While we have this buff, this might be the best time to level up unarmed skill. Is while we have the chance to do fire damage on any attack. Yeah, let's do this. Monica, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Mainly looking for more pygmy venom web spiders. I think we're done with wolves. I mean, we have enough people in here for the group, but someone would have to put it together, and then someone would have to be responsible for getting there and summoning. And so instead of that happening, everybody is just sitting in the queue waiting for someone else to take an action. And here we shall all sit. Alright, let's shoot back into Darkshire. We have a quest to turn in. We still need pygmy spiders. Only a few of them, though. I don't know. Let's go turn this one in. Then we can come back up here to the north and we can make the run again, all the way back out to the west. Should be able to get the rest of our spiders that way if any of them have respawned.
King's honor, friend. Safe travels. Be careful.
Oh, we can go south for a minute here, get the ghost hair from Blind Mary. Get that part done. Oh, yeah, I did. That was, at my family's urging. They wanted to see if I could split the wood. So instead of splitting like a normal sized piece of wood, I picked like a very small piece to see if I could like precision split it. It was very satisfying, actually. Seen it almost raid time for you? Oh man, oh. That gave me the heebie-jeebies. It sounds like almost work time. That's what it felt like. Oh, almost work time. Almost time to punch in. Ooh. Jacob, welcome back, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Alright, we don't have the fire buff anymore, so maybe I should put a real weapon back on. But we did pretty good. We got unarmed skill up to 111. 111 out of 135 for unarmed skill is not bad. Whenever we get the fire buff, we should do that. We should use the superpower fire buff as a time when we can level up our unarmed weapon skill a little bit. Speaking of, we should probably go ahead and spin on the pole again, re-up our buff. And I think if I talk to this person here, they might give me 5 more flowers.
Hello.
Honor the flame, yep. There we go. Am I gonna do endgame on this character? In TBC? Probably not. Probably not. Maybe if they were to get rid of all attunements and if there was no need for attunements and stuff like that, then maybe, but I don't think so. Endgame in TBC doesn't really have a big interest to me. I've always said this, I'll keep saying it, I'll probably end up saying it forever, but like when I do endgame stuff, I prefer doing endgame stuff in Modern WoW.
Need help? Light.
When we get to Wrath of the Lich King, maybe I'll do some endgame stuff in Wrath. We'll have Heroic Plus dungeons. I hope we get the Alpha, Gamma, Beta Protocol dungeons again. Those were a lot of fun. I enjoyed those. But in TBC, like, I don't have a big desire to do endgame stuff in TBC. Besides maybe some heroic 5-mans. And besides, there's nothing to do besides raid log anyway. Let's say I just slide into a raid that's already fully competent and I start tagging along with a raid that's gonna, like, kill bosses. So what? So I kill the bosses every week. I kill 6 or 7 bosses every week. I get some gear, and it's like, okay, well, that gives me something to do 1 day a week. Like, I don't really care, you know? It's not like there's a lot to do. That's what always confuses me. People are like, oh, if you're not playing endgame, you're playing the game wrong. Like, what endgame? Like, I'm playing the game. The game is the biggest part of the game, and then there's also this little endgame. And in Classic, the endgame is just there in case you really love your character and you want a reason to keep playing them at level cap. That's it. That's why endgame exists in Classic. It's just something you can do at level cap if you want to keep playing that character. It's not like infinite progression the way, like, if you play Modern WoW and you play endgame, you know there's always going to be harder content to do. You know, like, I want to get this set of gear so I can go into the next season with a good start, and I can start getting my gear for the next season. You always have a goal, because Modern WoW is very seasonal. And so there's always a threshold you can keep pushing, as far as, like, what you can do and the content you're going to do. But in Classic, there's only so many bosses to kill every week, and that's it. There's no more bosses to kill. There's nothing else to do. You know, there's no world quest, there's no delves, there's no micro zones, there's nothing. There's just raid bosses. I don't know. I haven't been a raider in a long time. I like retail. Yeah, I like retail. There's lots of things I like about retail. I have the most fun playing retail when I'm doing delves. Sometimes when I'm doing Mythic Plus, if I don't do too many Mythic Plus. And if I really want to do endgame, that's where I do it. It's like, Modern WoW is all about endgame. The whole game is endgame. So it's very easy to check that box. I do have the fire buff again. Time to beat him with our fists. Just do shield and fist, Captain America style. I don't mind that, actually. It's a good idea. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, how many times do these bosses need to be killed exactly? All these bosses got killed back in 2006 and 2007. They got killed again in 2020 and 2021. And now they're getting killed again. Like, it's the same bosses. It's already all solved for. They've died billions of times. And I guess at the end of the day, I don't find that very interesting either. You know, it's boss design from 2 decades ago. Like, you know, it's probably fun a couple of times, right? It's probably fun a couple of times. But boss design from 20 years ago, like, that's probably not going to be fun week to week to week forever. It's going to be fun until you have all the gear you want. And then you're going to be like, wait, what is this gear for? And it's like, well, you're going to take that gear into Wrath of the Lich King. And then you're going to replace it basically immediately. And so it goes. Wrath was good, especially Wrath Classic. They gave us Heroic plus 5-mans. And I thought we were for sure going to get those Heroic plus 5-mans in TBC this time. Because they did Heroic plus for Wrath, and then they did it for Cataclysm, and then they did it for Mist of Pandaria. So I thought, oh, cool. Like, oh, certainly we're going to get some kind of Heroic plus 5-mans for TBC as well. And then they never did it. And when that happened, like, when we went for a while and they didn't talk about doing it, and then, like, the next phase came out and they still didn't do it, I gave up on it. Because I thought, like, if anything, I can do 5-man endgame progression. I can do Heroic plus, 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 plus. Just like I did in Wrath. Just like we did in Kata. And we didn't really do so much of it in Mist. But they didn't add them. They chose not to do any kind of development for TBC Anniversary. They didn't even add in the hard mode of 5-mans, so... that was it. That's when I knew I probably wouldn't be doing a lot of endgame. Ooh, I need that King's Blood. We need to start coming across more King's Blood soon. Ooh, a chest. Oh, how lucky are we? Chest and King's Blood? Obviously a blue in here, right? No, no blue. A blue potion. But that's it. And our inventory is full. Awesome! That's wonderful. I bet I don't have room for this. Fire buff's gone. Okay, let's put a weapon on. Back to the weapon. Let's see. Unarmed skill is at 120. Oh, 121. We're doing really good. It's almost capped out, you know? That's as high as I've ever had my unarmed skill, I'm pretty sure. I never bothered to level it. Let's not forget the King's Bloom. Yeah. Great. We're gonna have to kill every spider in the area to get these herbs. Well, and you see, that's why I never wanted to guild lead. Or be responsible for a guild in any way, because then you're either you're stuck playing that expansion, and it's fine if you're having fun with it. And then, though, if you stop, though, like, people just hold it against you, you know?
You need something? Have a good one. Safe travels.
I'm way too flaky to run a guild. Alright, let's go turn in wolves at our heels. Why do we say herbs rather than herbs? We say it differently. We're all different. Some people will pronounce it herbs, some people will pronounce it herbs. I say herbs because my dad's name was Herbert, so his name was Herb. And so I pronounce herbs without the H to distinguish between a noun, which is a person, and a noun, which is a thing. That's why I do it. As for other people, I don't know. We all different. We all speak differently. The H is silent in herbs if you say it that way. If you say it as herbs, then the H is not silent. It's only silent if you pronounce it that way. Yep, I'm here when here, and I'm not here when I'm not here. That's what games are supposed to be like. That's why I refuse to lead a guild and be a prominent member in a guild. Have a guild in my name, have a Discord, because games are meant to be enjoyed spontaneously. And some people can enjoy games in an ordered fashion, where you can say, I will play every day, I will be here at these times, I will do this. Because it's some people's great desire to have their whole lives ordered for them, and a lot of people feel lost, and they don't feel as rewarded when they don't have order.
See you later.
But for me, games are games, and a game is meant to be played spontaneously when you're having fun, and a game is meant to be dropped and set aside if you're not having fun. And if you're in a social situation that demands you show up every week, you can't do that. You can't drop the game when it's not fun. And I won't put myself in that position. Alright, what else do we got? We gotta run back down here, we gotta turn in 8-legged menace. That's what we have to do next. And then I guess it's back to Darkshire for us. We get it. I hate everything. I don't hate everything. I just hate people like you. There we go. Fun times. It's neither herb nor herb, it's flower. There you go. That's the way to do. Just don't even say the word at all. Just completely get around the word by calling it something else. That makes sense. Frank, I look good in a hat? Thanks, buddy. Thanks for being here. I wear a hat all the time. I look good in it because I'm used to having one on. You guys have never really gotten to see that about me because I've had these over-the-ear headphones for a long time. And I think hats and over-the-ear headphones look really stupid. So I've never really been able to wear hats on the stream. But in the rest of my life, I'm wearing a hat often. It's true. And now I have these new earbuds. So now I can finally wear hats on the stream.
Light be with you.
Skeletal warriors and skeletal mages. I think we can do this one down here in the Tranquil Garden Cemetery. Let's get that one done. If we get the seasoning herbs from Stormwind, that'll take out a chunk of the lower level questing. Which is great, because eventually we're going to have to jump back over to wetlands. Yeah, we got other stuff starting to go green in wetlands, so we're going to be bouncing back and forth for a little bit between Duskwood and wetlands as stuff goes green. Is there any other place that we typically quest that I'm forgetting about? I don't think so. I feel like between the wetlands and Duskwood, that should get us into Stranglethorn. What else is there? I mean, besides Ashenvale. Because I don't think we're going to do Ashenvale. Oh, we have Nomergon to look forward to in a few levels. Maybe not, though. Maybe not until, like, level 32 if we want to tank it. Are giant spiders normal on Azeroth? Giant spiders in the sense like the ones that walk around Elwyn Forest, yeah. Like that's just a spider. Yeah, in Azeroth, like the 40-pound spiders that you see walking around Elwyn Forest, that's just a spider. You know, that's normal. A giant spider would be the ones that are like 150 pounds. You know, the big uns. You know, or up to like the enormous ones that are like anywhere between 500 pounds to a ton. But the Elwyn Forest giant spiders, like that's a normal spider. Those people let their kids play out in the yard. And they got 40-pound spiders running around. At least you see it coming, you know what I mean? Like there's lots of deadly spiders that we deal with that are kind of small. At least a 40-pound spider, you can see it coming. I would assume that most people in Elwyn Forest don't survive childhood. Like, the child mortality rate has to be really high. Because basically, like, 3 feet from any given door, there are bandits, there are giant spiders, there are vicious wolf packs. And I see kids running around Elwyn Forest sometimes, like these little children models, so I assume that the child mortality is quite high. It's probably why the population of the planet stays pretty low. My inventory's full. I kind of knew we were having inventory issues. I brought us out here anyway. I could have stopped back in town really quick. What do we need? We need a few more warriors, man. Alright, we'll just deal with the inventory problems for now. It's a bummer, but we'll finish up this quest, then we'll get back to town. And then I gotta shoot into Stormwind to pick up the seasoning salt for the one quest. It's really weird. I can make these guys bleed. Why can these guys bleed? There must have been a TBC change. An old history book. Okay, I do need that. That begins a quest. It turns in the Stormwind Library. We can do that when we go back to town. Grave Moss, I don't think I need. 2 more warriors. They're bleeding bone marrow. Come on now. I guess, why didn't they do that in Classic Era? They're bleeding bone marrow. Oh, my bone marrow's leaking out. What am I gonna do now? I can't fight without my bone marrow. You haven't played WoW since Shadowlands. If you come back now, how lost will you be? You're gonna be really lost for the first little while, yeah. There's entire game features that exist now that didn't exist in Shadowlands. Like, the game is pretty different. Like, there's a lot of things you'll be familiar with, but everything about the game is different. We got new talent trees, we have new hero talents, we have new Apex talents. We have delves that are like single player dungeons you can do. It's different. You're gonna be lost. You're gonna be lost at you're gonna be at a 12. I wish I knew what advice I could give, but it's like, it's impossible to give any advice except in generalities. And the generality is understand
Safe travels.
you're not gonna really know what's going on for a few hours.
Be careful.
You're gonna have, if you really want to come back, and you really want to get back into the game, and it's just not like a passing boredom you have, you're gonna have to be willing to play it for a few hours. I would say, like, just maybe even roll up a new character.
Hey there.
Because you're gonna want to get familiar with the new talent trees and stuff like that. Leveling doesn't take very long.
Be careful.
Somebody said they were gonna have a leveling event soon, so leveling might be even faster, but I would say level up a character from scratch just to get your feet wet, and understand that it's gonna take a while to wrap your head around all the stuff you want to do at endgame. But that's okay, just take your time with it. Let's see, let's go to Stormwind. Let's fly to Stormwind, we'll get the seasoning salt. We have a quest to turn in back at the Stormwind library, we'll do that too. And I will say, the game is worth getting into right now. If you get into the game and you find the things you have fun with, like for me, I have fun with delves, I have fun with some of the other open world content, and I have fun with mythics. If you can find what you have fun with on a class that you love, the game is 100% a great place to be right now, and for the foreseeable future. But it's just about like taking that time to be able to get back into it. Alright, I'm gonna go AFK for a second. I got a bio, get some water. I'll be back. Alright, we're back. That add-on is Narcissus. It's also what I use to take screenshots. Very cool add-on. Alright, seasoning salt and Stormwind Library. Anything else we want to do? How's our gear looking? It's been a while since we've re-upped our gear. Level 17, level 19, level 20, level 20, okay. Level IC, level 20. The weapons are all good. I bet we can get a couple pieces of gear though. Have a lot of lower level stuff. So maybe we do a little shopping excursion on the auction house. Do I have skills? Not till 28. Seasoning salt is in the canal area, I think. I'm gonna buy one for the quest, but then I'm gonna buy an extra stack.
For the Alliance.
For when we can actually cook some
Looking for
ourselves.
something specific?
Alright, let's have a look at the inventory. Spider meat? I feel like I might need that. What can I get rid of? Gooey spider? I need some of the spider stuff. I just don't know what it is that I need. I don't think it's the ichor. I think I can sell the ichor. I really wish this wasn't moving my weapons out. Crunchy spider legs. Maybe that's the one I need.
Safe travels.
That'll have to do for now. We need the gooey spider legs for Duskwood. Okay. Let's go to the library first. Because otherwise I'll forget. And then we'll do the auction house shopping on the way out.
Hey there. See you around. Safe travels.
At some point they made it so evokers don't have to stay in dragon form. Yeah, they did change that recently. Where you can do like 90% of your combat you can stay in visage form. I think one of your abilities might still shift you into a dragon though. I think the fire breath thing you become a dragon. I don't know if it just shifts you back out afterwards or not. I'm waiting on Evoker until other races can be Evoker. Evoker was so much fun in Dragonflight. So much fun. Just like the pure button pressing was fun. But yeah, I don't want to be a dragon person. Staying in Visage form is a good start. Because their Visage form is actually pretty nice. But I'd rather just be any other race. And I feel like they'll have to open that up eventually. Eventually. But they'd probably have to make a bunch of custom animations for the other races that we're going to get the class. Alright, I want to do a little bit of gear shopping. We're level 27, so let's look for... maybe level 25 to 27? See if we can find stuff we can afford. Ooh. 7 gold. I mean, it's probably worth it. I'm gonna splurge on that. It's very expensive, but... it's probably worth it. Same thing here, like having shoulders with actual stats on it. That'd be huge. Let's go there. Chest piece. No. You know, I wonder if we can get the shining silver breastplate. Here's the glimmering mail breastplate. That's not bad for 2 gold. What level is the shining silver breastplate? Is it level 24? Equip? It is level 24 equip. 9 gold for 14 strength and 6 stamina. $14 strength and 6 stamina. Or we can go mostly stamina with less strength. And we can save a little bit of money that way. Oh, people are like inviting me to groups. I declined a group earlier. I wonder if I declined a group for BFD without really thinking about it. I'm gonna grab the shining silver breastplate. Yeah. There we go. That looks good. Some of them are kind of expensive. Look, we didn't buy anything that was too expensive, but what makes something expensive? Well, firstly, it has to be a really good piece of gear. But secondly, what makes something expensive is that there are people with the money who are willing to spend the money. So yeah, there's lots of people with lots and lots of gold. And people like to roll alts. And so sometimes you'll see really good blue items at a low level sell for a lot because people like to use their gold to kit out their alts. It's just supply and demand. If there's lots of people with gold and they're spending that gold on low-level stuff, then the cost of low-level stuff can go up. If there's not a big population of people playing, then the cost of stuff goes down. Oh god. We'll say goodbye to the hat. It was nice to see it, but now we're going to turn it off and we're probably never going to enable it again. I saw something cool for Modern WoW. They're working on how to make hats that don't delete your hair. Could you imagine wearing a helmet in World of Warcraft or any kind of hat and having it not completely delete your hair? Like, how cool would that be? Finally, after, you know, 25 years, they're starting to work on it. Maybe after Last Titan, we'll have helmets we can equip that don't hide our hair completely. Current one-handed sword. We still have the Butcher Slicer, level 18, which is pretty good. Alright, we have a full group for, I'm assuming it's BFD since that's all that I was in the queue for. But the real question is anybody ever going to be able to head out there to summon? Let's go ahead and let's sell all the old gear that I just unequipped. At least get that cleaned up.
Need help?
Let's check the price of the small lustrous pearl, see if we can put that on the auction house or we can vendor it. No. That's not, I'm just gonna vendor that. That's not even worth it. What else? Let's check spider silk. I'd rather just vendor it. That's really all we have. Alright, so where is everybody at? Menethil Harbor, Stormwind, Ashenvale. Remtravel's excavation is Southern Darkshore. So we got somebody in Ashenvale. We got somebody in Southern Darkshore. We should have summons incoming within a few minutes. Like, anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes. We should get a summon.
I buy and trade. Farewell.
Oh, we have to turn this one in. We got the wool bandanas for the lady in Old Town, but we never turned in the quest. Let's go do that. Oh, we didn't finish it. Oh, that's a bummer. We're gonna have to do another Stockades run. I didn't even pay attention to these Stockades quests. Look, see, we were short. That's what I was talking about. They make it so that you're always gonna be short one convict, and I just didn't loot enough. We're gonna have to do another Stockades run, which is kind of gross, but... if we want to get those quests done, we'll have to do it at some point. I mean, soon, assuming this hunter is gonna head towards the stone, then we should get a summon pretty soon. I wonder if there's anything useful I could do in the meantime. Can make some heavy wool bandages. Maybe I can go turn these in. Maybe I could turn this one in at least and get the recipe. I don't know if I have time to make the flight out there or not.
Need help? For the Alliance.
I'm sure I missed lots of quests, but a lot of it on my part is just willful neglect. Re-up my XP buff? Yeah, that's a really good idea. Re-up my XP buff. Okay. Yeah, we should have time to do that. Let's land in Duskwood, and if I have to wait a second after summon to get it done, then we'll have to do that. Because, yeah, I would like to get... But every time, what happens is, like, every time I get the XP buff before we go into a dungeon, something silly happens, and we die, like, really quickly, and then we come back with no XP buff. So there's that possibility, too. We have a first-time healer in the group, so likelihood of me dying is just increased by about 50%. I think I'm going to keep my shield on for this one. This guy says he's a first-time healer. I think I'm going to keep my shield on. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff in BFD that disarms tanks. So we're going to be relying a lot on Thunderclap and Demoralizing Shout to hold aggro. At least our unarmed skill is pretty high now, though.
What can I do for you? Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
Alright, where was the pole here? Was the pole south of town? Yeah, south of town. We'll do the pole and we'll grab the fire bonus as well. We got plenty of flowers to burn. I'm assuming we're going to get a summon any second. That's what I would assume. I think we have people there now. I don't know. Let's see. No. Yes, we have 2 people there. There we go. There's the summon. This is the seasonal event. Yeah, this is the Fire Festival event. Fire Festival event ends July 5. Oh my god, they found the instance entrance. Alright, I'm gonna start off here with like pretty small pulls. I want to see what this healer can do. They're a brand new healer. This is their first time healing. Let's just go with some very controlled pulls, 1 or 2 mobs at a time, and see what happens. Slow main hand and fast offhand for a rogue. That sounds right, but if you said it backwards, that would have sounded right too. Somebody might know, but that does sound right. Alright, what do we got going on back here? We have somebody who has pulled a Murloc somehow. I'm not going to make people do the jumping puzzle. We're just going to cut around the side here. Eventually people might follow the tank. I don't know, what I do in a group is I typically just follow the tank. So like wherever the tank goes, I go. They decided they wanted to do the jumping puzzle though. So for whatever reason, instead of following me, they did that. That bodes well. Exponent Poet, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. No path available, chat. No path available. There I had to like... Wow, I don't even know what to say. All I can really say is there are no bugs in this game. This game is completely bug-free. That's the first time I've ever been staring right at a boss and had the game tell me there was no path available, though. That was a big one. Do I invert controls? Oh god, no. No, that sounds weird. The only time I ever invert controls is if I'm like playing Star Fox or something. I don't know. Tortoise armor. I don't even want this. I'm not even gonna need on this. It's garbage. Absolute garbage. I think there's a quest over here that sometimes people run off to. But then there's also, like another way to go? I don't know. There's a couple ways to go, and I don't know any of them, so I'm gonna go over this way. I'm gonna pop an elixir of water breathing. We need corrupted brain stems off these Naga. Naga battle gloves. 4 strength, 7 stamina, or 7 agility, 4 stamina. So druid, bear druid gloves. And not a druid to be found. Maybe the rogue wants them. They wouldn't be that great for the rogue, but it could be something. Yeah, looks like the rogue did take them. Isn't there like a quest item somewhere, or like maybe a chest we need to open somewhere, or something like that? I don't know. I don't know all these little like side quests and stuff. I know the main route. And if anybody wants to go anywhere that's not the main route, they're gonna have to tell me. Apparently there's something over here. There's really not a lot for them to do back there. Like, there was one guy, you click on him and you turn in the quest, and then you click on him to take the next quest, and then you leave. So, like, the fact that they all spent so much time back there is really baffling me. Sometimes I just get confused about what people are doing in this game. I'm sure sometimes people feel the same way about me, though. Like, they don't know what the hell I'm doing. But in this case, when it's 4 people doing something, and I don't know, like, what are all 4 of these people doing? Maybe there were some herbs back there. Maybe someone wanted to pick those low-level herbs. But for all 4 of them to hang out was pretty weird. Heals is okay, no dead bodies yet. Yeah, he's been fine. I've been pulling really, really small. I'm gonna try to let him get some mana here. Let's see if he drinks. He's not drinking. I can't make him drink, you know, and I'm not gonna tell him to drink. I'm not gonna tell him to drink. I'm not gonna ask him to drink. He's either gonna figure out he needs mana, or he's not gonna figure it out. Or maybe he'll figure it out, but he'll figure it out the hard way. I don't know. All I can do is give him time. I can provide him with time to sit and drink. If he doesn't do that, then I have to keep moving. Oh, and we dinged. Very nice. Are we going to get to 100 degrees in the next few days in Michigan? Yeah, it looks like we're going to get close to 100. I mean, with the heat index, it'll probably be like 110. I think they just optimistically say the high is going to be 98 degrees Fahrenheit. They never want to put 100 on there because they don't want people to panic. So they'll put 97 or they'll put 98. But yeah, the real feel will probably be like 110 or something. And it's gonna be, it's like forever from now on. I think I looked at the forecast and like that's basically what it's like forever now. So we'll see like 70s again in like October. I'm noticing that we have somebody offline. We have an offline mage. Come on, I need you guys to come back a little bit further. A little bit further. No, they're not going to come back? Okay, good. Fun times. Looks like we might have lost our mage. Not that he was doing a lot to begin with. I mean, to be honest, he really wasn't doing anything. Maybe that's why he left. Maybe he got really depressed about, like, the complete lack of damage he was doing, and then he just, like, rage quit or something. That was a little bit weird. I phased into one of the orbs. For a minute, me and the orb were one. The Reef Axe. Is this better than the Arced War Axe? 86 top end, 21.7. 89 top end, 22. Okay, yeah, it's better. Definitely will roll on that. I guess if we're formatting it, that's more XP for us individually. Hey, the mage is back. Something happened. I did realize, though, in all that the healer is out DPSing the mage. And all the healer's doing, he's probably just auto-attacking, you know? But he seems to be, out DPSing the mage. But the mage did come back. Will he actually do anything now? That's the real question. I wish he'd at least top off my health before he drank his mana back, though. Like, if you're gonna drink anyway, just top off the tank first. Unless you're completely which he hasn't been. There we go, the Rod of the Sleepwalker. 11 int, 10 spirit staff. Very nice for the mage. He's the only one in the group that can really use that. Now, Careless's head. Don't know where that one turns in. Alright, now the fun part. I would love for the healer to have a little bit of mana, but hey, whatever. Who am I to insist? Typically he moves around a little bit. I'd like to pull him on his own without the turtle. Maybe I can shoot him. Will he social aggro the turtle? He didn't. That's nice. Well, there we go. That was a successful run of BFD with a brand new healer. We had to go kind of slow. I wore a shield the whole time, and it actually worked out pretty well. 1 stamina, 5 intellect, and 15 spirit on the pants. Alright, let's clear all the way back here so we can get the free teleport to Narcissus. Oh, they want to kill the underwater guy. I really wish they would have said something at that time. It's really better just to say something when we're out there and not wait till we've killed the last boss. Once I've killed the last boss, I kind of assume everybody's done and we're ready to get out of here. Alright, there we go. Now we're done. But now we have to run back. I want to grab the portal out to Narcissus. So we have not been there yet. And I'd like to at least have that flight point. This is the funnest part of the dungeon. Okay. I don't need it that bad. Unless, well, I mean, I guess unless one of the quests turns in there. Then it would be nice. I don't think I'm ever getting up here, though. I don't know what the problem is. I've done this a million times. Can't do it today, though. Is there any other way to get out? Yeah. I know how to do it, okay, guys? You've seen me in here a dozen times. It's just not working right now. That's okay. I don't need the help, though. Like, I'm frustrated too, okay? But telling me what I already know isn't gonna help me. I know how to fucking do it, and I've done it before. Y'all have seen me do it before. It's okay. It's okay. Save the basic instructions for people that basically don't know. And if you want to flame me for not being able to do it, if you want, whatever, that's fine. But to give me the basic instructions like I literally don't know how to do it, that's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. That's like seeing someone who's having trouble walking and then saying to them, just easy, just put one foot in front of the other. I see you're having trouble walking. It's really simple. Just put one foot in front of the other. Well, no shit. We have a new no backseat gaming rule. That rule has been in effect ever since I quit the hunter. I've come to have very low tolerance for like direct backseat gaming, especially when it comes to like rudimentary stuff. After the hunter, I'm done. This is now a no backseat gaming zone. Treat any questions as rhetorical. Like if I'm like, oh, I wonder how I do this. Completely rhetorical questions. So I've had to move to a no backseat gaming policy, which means that I try to have no tolerance for it. If I yell at somebody for backseat gaming me, it's not personal, but them's the breaks. Those are the rules now. No backseat gaming. No armchair gaming.
Well met. For the Alliance.
Alright, what do we get here? Ooh. Oh, no. No, probably not. It's probably not better than what we have. It doesn't have the right stats on it. It has more armor on it. No, but we don't need that. It's basically garbage. Is there anything I need to do here in Narcissus specifically that I can't do anywhere else? I don't think so. You're doing a great job. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best. And if I'm doing a bad job, I just don't want any help. I just want to continue doing a bad job until I figure it out. Do I want to go grab any flight points? I might want to grab flight points. We might want to at least grab... Maybe we can grab the Darkshire flight point? I don't know if that really gets us anything. Am I ever going to need the Darkshire flight point? Like, let's see. Am I going to quest out here at all? I'm not going to quest in Ashenvale. I'm not going to quest in Stone Talon. I might eventually quest in Desolace. Maybe. But if I wanted to get to Desolace, would I need this flight point? Not really. I guess technically I would. If I wanted to go to Desolace sometime, maybe I'd have to come from Ashenvale. That makes me just really not want to do Desolace. I think I'm just going to avoid Desolace. Weapon training. Yeah, maybe we can... Have we been out here at all? I actually can't recall on this character if we've been here at all. I'll go check the weapon trainer and see. I think the only thing we needed from here was bows, right? Yeah, they have bows. Let's go grab it. And I think that's it. I don't really think I'm going to do a lot of Kalimdor stuff on this character until Tanarus and Feralus. And to do Tanarus and Feralus, like, I don't need any of the northern flight points to do that. But I mean, then I think, well, what about Fellwood? Okay, so we're gonna be here for Fellwood. Maybe I should grab some flight points, I don't know. I guess it would help to know where we turn in. Did we get any other quests done? No. We didn't finish any of the other quests anyway. So, turning them in is, you know, we don't have to worry about it. Weapons trainer is right here. It's all rhetorical, yeah. Basically, you could treat everything I say as rhetorical, but there's like backseat gaming and then there's just like conversation, so. Is it a conversational topic or is it literally a thing in the game that I'm figuring out how to do? I guess that's the difference. But then at the same time, there's backseat gaming and then there's giving somebody obvious information that they know. And those are two different things. It's like there's backseat gaming and then there's backseat gaming at such a simplistic level that it's actually offensive. It's like I said, you see somebody stumbling around and they're having trouble walking and you were to say, it's easy, just put one foot in front of the other, man. I see you're stumbling, but just put one foot in front of the other, it's really easy. You know? If I'm ever well and truly stuck, I will ask for help if I want it, but... yeah. You know what? While I'm here, maybe I should grab some more flowers.
What you need, stranger?
Nope. I want to honor the flame.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
Nope.
Be good.
They don't have like a normal honor the flame quest here.
Talk to me. Watch your back.
Greetings. See you later.
It's torch tossing. I can't do the torch tossing.
God.
Unusual activity. Okay. Is this going to let me fly to Aberdeen?
What brings you here?
I don't have... okay, so I have to pick up Aberdeen. That means I have to get on the boat. Which means I have to wait for the boat. I don't need to see the Alchemy and Herbalist trainer? I don't think so. I mean, I should be able to train up to 225 anywhere. When I looked in Ironforge, they could train me up to 225. Now I might have to come back here to get beyond that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I'm ready right now. Even if I have to come here to train this to 300, I don't think I can do it right now. You know, I'm at 182 out of 225. So maybe we have to come here later to learn it to 300. Maybe they changed it and I can do that anywhere now. I don't know. But even if that's the case, I can't do it yet. We probably can't learn 300 until we're either 200 or 225. So if that's how it is, we'll just have to come back. So we did get a new two-handed axe. The Reef Axe. That's gonna replace the Arced War Axe. Inventory's full. Of course it is. I gotta figure out what herbs I don't need anymore so I can start vendoring them. Right now we just need King's Blood, Wild Steel Bloom, Goldthorn. These older ones I don't need as much. I don't need Briarthorn as much anymore. I don't think I really need Stranglekelp anymore unless I specifically want to make some stuff. And I gotta start either banking or vendoring some of these other types of herbs. We should only be keeping the stuff that we absolutely need right now to level up Alchemy. So King's Blood. Oh, I do need Stranglekelp if I want to work on these. So King's Blood, Stranglekelp, Wild Steel Bloom. Those are the ones I should be hanging on to right now. Life Root. Although we don't really have a lot that uses Life Root yet. It's kind of funny to me that First Aid is the skill that I have that's further behind than anything else. You'd think that'd be the easiest thing to keep skilled up, and I've just let it get behind. $150, we should be able to learn Silk now, I think. Pretty sure it's $150. Oh, in retail, it'd have driven me crazy. Yeah. The only thing I really wanted to know, the only thing that happened on Saturday that I would have loved to know, is there was that one quest on the micro zone in Val, or whatever that snow zone is called. There was one quest we were supposed to find something underground, and I never found out how to get underground there. I even went back yesterday in my spare time, like alone, and I tried to do it again, and I still never figured out how to get under there. I did some other stuff in Val, but never ever figured out how to get underground. And it's like, I love it when people are willing to tell me all this information I don't need, but then there's one thing that I don't know, but it turns out that's the thing nobody knows. That's what really makes me chuckle. It's like, people have all kinds of information, but it's always information that I can figure out on my own. And then the time that I actually can't figure it out, that I like absolutely can't find the thing, nobody knows. That's the one time everybody clams up. It's like, oh look, I really can't find this thing. I've been able to figure everything else out on my own by stumbling around like an idiot. And now this one thing literally can't find it, and then you get like absolute crickets from chat. Nobody knows how to get down there. Anybody who does know, they're not saying. Stranglekelp used for underwater breathing potions? Yeah, it's used for that and a couple other things. Just none of it's really for skill ups right now. Mana potions. That's where the Stranglekelp is needed for skill ups. Other than that, yeah. It was maybe swim speed? Nope, that's Swift Thistle. I should make some more breathing pots. Invisibility potions. Gives the imbiber lesser invisibility. Lesser invisibility. Like, can I move around with this if I have lesser invisibility? Do I have to, like, stay stationary, or is this like a stealth potion? Oh, that sounds cool. I've decided to run down and get the flight point in Ashenvale. Because I don't think I'm going to be closer than this. This is probably as convenient as it's ever going to be to get some flight points in Northern Kalimdor. And I feel like I'll need them for later. I'm sure there will come a time when I want to go to Felwood or when I need to get back to Darnassus. And I'll want to have some of these northern flight points. What does nobody know? The secret to the universe? I don't know if anybody knows that. If they do, they're not going to tell me. You can move with it, with that invisibility potion. That's cool. I don't know how I'd ever use something like that, but it's neat. Yeah, usually the best thing to do, if somebody's working through something on their own, even if they're frustrated, the best thing to do is let them at it. Unless someone specifically asks for help, you know, unless they're like, I give up, I can't figure this out, I need help. But usually if someone is struggling with something in that regard, where it's like they're trying to figure something out in a game, it's best just to let them do it. Raid done. Another raid week in the bag, huh, CNET? Those bosses just can't catch a break, man. You guys want to kill them every week. It's like they could deserve some time off. We did a BFD run. We did a BFD run with a healer who was never healed before. So we broke him in, and we kept the shield on the whole time, and we just kind of pulled slowly. It was a pretty smooth run. He probably needs like a little bit of healer feedback. There's some like best practices he could do better with, but besides that, he did pretty good. I'm not the one that's going to give him the best practices. He's going to have to learn that stuff somewhere else. But it was just basic stuff like, you know, like top your tank off before you sit and drink sort of thing. Make sure your tank is topped off before we go into the next pull. Just like basic stuff like that. Other than that, he did great. We got the Reef Axe. So we replaced the Arced War Axe already with the Reef Axe. 20 attack power on that sucker. And that's it. That was all we got. Just the two-handed axe. And we have a talent point. I'm going to put the last point into Improved Rend. After that, I don't know what we're going to do. After that, we might be respecking soon. I'm not sure. I'm not going to go into two-handed weapon spec, which is normally what I would do in arms, because I'm not going to stick to two-handed weapons. I don't really want to go into any special weapon spec, because I'm not going to stick to any special weapon. We can do Death Wish. I can grab points in Improved Heroic Strike. We might spend some points in Iron Will. Just to get us down into the tiers. Yeah, I really... Without wanting to do two-handed weapons, I'm not really digging the arms tree. So we might respec soon. You see, and if you were to give pointers during a mythic, that's backseat gaming. That's what I would define as backseat gaming. If someone's giving me pointers in a mythic run that's going okay, that's backseat gaming. If the run is falling apart and it's my fault and I can't figure out what the fuck I'm doing, and then in that case, then it would be fair to say, hey Robert, you're fucking this up and here's how you're doing it. But in a run that's going okay, even if I'm like not doing things perfectly, that's where backseat gaming comes in. The idea like you're doing fine, but you could be doing this better. That's the type of backseat gaming that I hate. That's what ruined the Hunter for me. Is like things are going okay, you're making your way, but here's all the shit I think you should do better. It's like, oh okay, well that's helpful. And I just learn better when I either figure it out myself or I don't. That's the way I like to learn. Unless I specifically ask for help, or if I'm doing something like blatantly bad, I'm wiping the group over and over again and I don't know why, then it would be fair to call me out. But there's endless shit that anybody could do better at any moment. Like right now I could reflect from an armchair and I could give myself like 5 or 6 tips on how to play WoW better. And anybody can do that. It's really easy to sit back and just come up with ways that somebody could do something better. And that's what I call backseat gaming. When it's stuff that's not essential, it wasn't asked for, it's not necessary, but just the need to say, well, you know, you could be doing this a lot more efficiently. Or, you know, the way to be really effective according to Wowhead is to do this. Or, you know, you'd really be better off spending your talent points over here because of this, that, and the other. That's the sort of backseat gaming that I want to avoid. Just let him mess up and then laugh. Yes, exactly. Just let him mess up and laugh at it. Right. That's the best thing to do. Just let them mess up and laugh at it. And if they're having a miserable time because they're messing up, then laugh at that too. Unless they ask for help. What do I prefer playing, melee or ranged? I prefer melee. In every single version of the game I've played, I prefer melee. Although if I was gonna play ranged, I'd probably do it in Modern WoW, and I'd probably do it on my Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest is one of the few range classes that I've really gotten into. But that only happened in Modern WoW. And that only happened like Dragonflight and beyond. Starting in Dragonflight, I started to get really into the Shadow Priest. Although I did go with a Paladin for my main in Midnight. My Shadow Priest got me through like the lighter half of Dragonflight and the War Within. And then I went back to melee for Midnight. But the Shadow Priest was tons of fun. I'm gonna play that Shadow Priest eventually. Maybe I should level them up in the little micro zones. They're sitting at level 80. They just gotta get the 10 levels. Maybe I can play them through the little micro zones. Maybe if I do that, I'll find that underground cavern that I can't find. All mysteries could be laid bare. We're all over the place on this warrior. Right now I'm arms spec. But we're just leveling, so right now I'm arms spec, so I might switch to Fury. We're using a plethora of weapons. I'm trying to skill up all my weapons as I go, so I'm always wearing a different weapon. Sometimes we're dual wielding, sometimes we're using a two-hander. We're just doing a little bit of everything. Alright, I think that's all I want to do here. I don't really want to quest in Ashenvale on this character. I think we'll save Ashenvale for either a Night Elf or a Draenei. Like, if I ever want to do a Shaman, it'll probably have to be a Draenei if I want to play Alliance side. So maybe we save Ashenvale for that. We have the flight points we want. I'm going to Hearth out of here. Alright, guys, I am out of time for today. Just about out of time. This is going to be a good place for me to stop for today. I have had a really good time. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate you guys spending your time here. We made some pretty good progress today. We've started off in Duskwood, so tomorrow we'll be back in Duskwood. We'll keep working on that. We'll be bouncing back and forth for the next couple levels between Duskwood and the Wetlands. And we'll just keep working in dungeon runs whenever we can to kind of spice up the gameplay a bit. So yeah, thanks again, guys. As always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you back here in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.